Oh, whoops. Hi, welcome in. What up, Anxious? Welcome in. Hi, Cocoa. Jeez, what part are we on now? Let me look at the YouTube. I want to say this is part like 6 or 7. We are on part 6. Part 6 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney is not over yet. So actually did a little bit of research. What this case about? We don't know yet. We don't know. We left on a cliffhanger last time. Or actually, no, not really. Actually, what happened last time was apparently, so the last case we did in the original Phoenix Wright, which, by the way, I had no idea. This game was first released on the Game Boy Advance. This was originally a Game Boy Advance game. Whereas the whole time, I thought this shit came on the DS. That's what I remember playing it on. But it turns out that it was originally for the Game Boy Advance. And on the Game Boy Advance version, that's where that case that we ended on is the true ending, or it's like that's where the game is supposed to end. But in the DS version, they added an extra case. They added a bonus case. And that's what we're going to play today. I heard that it's the biggest case yet. Like, it's probably going to take us 2 streams. Like, we're probably going to play this again next week, depending on how fast we get through it. I don't know. Maybe I'll binge the whole thing, and try and end it today. But first of all, I don't know if my voice could handle that, and I don't know if I'll probably end up getting hungry before then too. So we probably got like 2 more streams. This one and the next one afterwards. But I don't remember this. I don't remember this happening, which makes, but I know for sure. I know when I played Phoenix Wright originally, I definitely played the DS version. So I feel like once I get in and I see what's going on, it'll spark my memory a bit more. But I was just as surprised as you guys when I found out that there was a 5th case. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn my fan on. It's OG status. Yeah, if you look up just look up Phoenix Wright Game Boy Advance and just look how crunchy the game is compared to the this is we're playing on the trilogy version, which is like a remaster. It's like it's like it's like a remaster. They slightly touched up the graphics. They made it like super crispy, like super clear. But so this one looks even more clear than the DS version. I still think it would have been cool if they let you use if they've been doing what like a lot of remasters have done, where they let you use the older graphics if you wanted to. Would have been kind of cool. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna start playing because, I mean, I'm gonna be talking a lot, so I don't want to use up too much of my voice. Let's see if we can get it all done in one stream. Because I didn't do my vocal exercises today, which I should have. Let's turn this off. Okay. Yeah, case 5. Case 5, rise from the ashes. And we're not going to... We're going to remember to save this time. So we don't have a repeat offense of last time. Don't have to read through the whole thing again. Wait, is that... Was that Mia? It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? Doesn't matter who I am, it only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So are you the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney? Right. Wait, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? Undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Yeah, we've definitely seen that before, haven't we? Maya, could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said trials tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She didn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very casual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if ever I need a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, that's awkward. Anyway, let's go talk to the older sister. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got all quiet. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you want me to... Or did you not want to raise this year, Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Hi, Lena. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is that you do? My name's Lena Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? We've definitely been here before, haven't we? Also, Symboli Rudolph vibes. You guys seeing this? Two sisters, one a lawyer? Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lena, they're just like Maya and Mia, yeah. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know from the start. Which is... the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 22nd at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's disposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate car? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What? What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means... the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by the prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. It's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lena? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lena was top of her class in school. It was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? Are you As you can plainly see, I'm admitting to my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lena? Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it. Lena, I know. So, how can you say you did it? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lena. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as a defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lena has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. Yeah, it was 2 months ago. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everyone liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Yeah, this case is seeming pretty familiar to our first case, isn't it? You know, we have the, older sister. Well, in the case of Mia, she was dead, but still. Sister and little sister. It all comes back to Mia in some way. So this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my coworkers 3 years from now after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes? I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there, you expecting to go unnoticed there, partner? Partner? Oh my god, what do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall? Bro, get a load of this guy. Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory. With a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Was that a hombre, a friend of yours? No way, he just said hombre. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Well, wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything on a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Yay, stealing. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? No way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. Have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining from every angle. Wait. Yo! This is the 3D, this is the power of the DS. While it spin. We're in the DS era now. Yo! It's crazy. We're in the third dimension now, boys. Oh, look. I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out. With a press of enter. You mean... This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number... whatever. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? Damn, we've never thought to open up the wall and look at what's inside of it. That's crazy. I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. I mean, yeah, all we did was open up the wallet. An investigator's ID card found at prosecutor's office crime scene. The 3D evidence blew my mind when I saw it for the first time. It's cool, right? Because I mean, like, everything, like, unless you were playing it on the 3DS, like, you wouldn't because every other trial you didn't have to use the touchscreen at all, right? And then bam, they hit you with the DS version, and it's like they throw you a huge curveball. Right at the end. They're like, bam, look at these 3D graphics. Look at these 3D graphics. You can rotate all of your clues and get more clues inside your clues. I was not expecting them to change that. It's cool, right? And it's been so long that I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I don't remember this at all. I mean, I did a little bit of research because this case was only added to the DS version, obviously, because the Game Boy Advance was not capable of 3D graphics. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's also a good comparison. It is like the Resident Evil games. How you can like those little like mini safes and everything. The newer Resident Evil games. Yeah, that's a good comparison actually. I mean, this is a Capcom game. Come to think of it. The first one had that too? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it was right, because Resident Evil started out on the PS1. Yeah, you're right. We were in the third dimension. I'll be honest with you guys, I haven't played a lot of Resident Evil games. I think the Resident Evil game I've played the most is 4. I think I had a copy of 4. And I played that a couple times. But I think I might have owned the, because wasn't there a Resident Evil 1 remake on the GameCube? 4 is peak. Yeah, 4 is like everyone's favorite. It seems it's to me it seems to be like peak Resident Evil. Like it's really over the top and goofy and stupid, but it's not like doesn't take itself like too super seriously yet, which is just something I don't like so much about the newer Resident Evil games cuz it's like way more serious. But to be fair, I do think it's cool that the newer Resident Evil games trying to be more of like an actual horror game, whereas like the Resident Evil 4 era of Resident Evil games were kind of more like action games with like a horror motif kind of thing. So I guess it really depends on what you like better. Do you like I personally like the cheesy, silly Resident Evil as opposed to the super serious, spooky Resident Evil. It's basically the same game but with the newer graphics. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. So I've played, yeah. So I've played like a little bit of the remake, and I played a little bit of 4. Wait, isn't I know like all the games are most of the games are remade at this point. Like 1 through 4 are remade now, or Resident Evil 1, 2, and 4 I think have remakes now, like HD remakes. And they're probably working on more, I have to imagine. It's just like the Resident Evil games. I've watched so many people play them because they're so popular. So it's like I kind of I don't feel as much of the need to play them myself, but maybe someday we'll get to it. I've heard the remakes or the remakes are pretty good. I should put them on. I think I have them on my Steam wish list. I'm just never like I don't know. I'm always so wishy washy about buying games, especially newer games, AAA games. Partially because my computer is not like super high end, but also because they're just kind of expensive. But I don't think the remakes are like that crazy high demanding when it comes to graphics. RE Biohazard in October would be really cool idea to this really cool idea to stream. Yeah, yeah. It's I am saving a lot of like the spooky games for October. But yeah, maybe that's an idea. I already have a couple ideas for like spooky games we could play, but we could play a Resident Evil game. It's just like I said, the problem with Resident Evil games is I've seen so many people play them already that I wouldn't be able to like act super surprised because I basically know everything that happens before. I don't know how like interesting that would be to watch. And I'm generally like I don't have crazy reactions to horror games anyways to begin with. So I just feel like I maybe horror games aren't that. I just don't know if I gel well with horror games. He memorized the entire game. It's like I know all like the big jump scares that happen, right? Where it's like this is where this guy shows up, blah, scares you. I've played Resident Evil Biohazard in VR. That was actually scary because the VR like tricks your brain into thinking like that this is really happening, right? Like there was this one moment where uh one of the mold guys, one of the mold monsters like jumped through a wall or something. Like the Kool-Aid man scared the shit out of me. That was pretty fun, but also pretty scary. I think that's the last time I've been like genuinely scared of a horror game. You know what? You know what? My favorite kind of horror games are like those, all those horror games you see on like .itch.io and stuff like that, where it's like they have like the super crunchy graphics and they're always like really they usually tend to be like really bad in quality, like just, jump scares and asset flips and like stuff like that. Like stuff like that is fun. I think that's my style of horror game. I mean, not that I like jump scares because I feel like jump scares are a bit cheap. It's kind of like cheap horror, a bit of a cop out, right? You want something that's going to like genuinely unnerve you, right? Like make you feel unsafe. If you guys actually, some of you might not have been around when I actually streamed a horror game. I streamed Call of Cthulhu way back, and that game ended up being more frustrating than scary because of the stupid stealth sections where you have to hide from the monster. I hate shit like that in horror games. Well, I mean, you guys know I hate stealth in general, but yeah, I just hate stealth in video games. Unless it's like super easy. Fuck stealth in video games. In VR, that would be amazing. Yeah, like the horror experiences in VR are pretty cool. I guess I've got to be on my toes from here on out. Yo, we can rotate the badge. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, it'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Yo, epic. Oh. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said, partner, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, huh? No problem, partner. About time for victuals, anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's Office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off my claim. Right. Great. Great. Maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. I'll check it out. Excuse me. Were you two all set? Us? Oh my god. Well, she has onigiri in her hair. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello, half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This idea is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passerbys. Or are you officers? No, but you don't actually look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even in my days as cough-up queen Are my days of cough-up queen all over? Cough-up, huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Oh, this is the witness. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Yipes, she means it. I mean, she gave us lunch, though. That was pretty nice of her. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the names of innocents. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil of them all. They gave me an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence in this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lena Skya wield that knife so. Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beating of Lena Sky's knife. Wait a second. You know Lena Sky? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Starr? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a big hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's trilobite lunch set. Ah, never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate part of the trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop by to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Starr, are the lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis, not. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Starr? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike. The bigger they are, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-year-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Starr was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be sure to cause food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, cough up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. What if we show her this? About this card. Lunchline vendors only accept cash, not cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady? Why? It's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Wait, what if I present my badge? A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's pickled supreme lunchbox? Wow, it's really crunchy. A bunch of pickles. Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. That sounds like the average VTuber diet, to be honest. Is there anything else we can do here? Let's go to the High Prosecutor's office. Wait, is that a steel samurai figure in the back? It's kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look! There's a big trophy or something there. A trophy? What, that shield? Takes real nerve to display stuff like that. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. No way, it's him. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right. Her sister is the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you. I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I... No. It was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty, bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? Oh no, not again. Steel Samurai are we going to have to save Edgeworth again? No way, bro. I'll say one thing. She certainly can scream. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait. No, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Aw, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me too. I think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. Most surprisingly still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lena Sky is the chief prosecutor. The top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor of the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? Just like old times, baby. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimonies, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go as far to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's got to be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago? I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt responsible. But I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Oh my god, we're gonna have to defend this guy again. Well, but wait, no. Because, no, his boss is the murderer, not him. We're gonna battle against him. The Edgeworth colored knife. Yeah, look at it. Like, I was just about to. That's such a good point. The color of the hilt is the same as his outfit. Damn, my boy's so coordinated, color coordinated. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright! Huh? What? Are you sure you'd be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? Then my sister would be found guilty. If he sighs as any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. Okay, I guess that's it. Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure the doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. Fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Anything else here? Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder. Actually. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What's she babbling about? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Oh wait, we should investigate the knife. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyways? Yeah, kinda sus. Kinda sus. Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. Has to be more, right? I guess that's it. Oh, we didn't examine this, come to think of it. A name and ID are A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID Yabadab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabadab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point, teehee. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Okay, I guess that's it. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of dual purpose? Aha, the theory of relativity. What? Got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Actually, yeah, who was... It was Einstein, right? Einstein's German. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Yeah, this girl is really... Phoenix Wright just can't go... He can't get anything done without a child following him around. He needs his comic relief... he needs his comic relief sidekick. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You could see the whole parking lot from here. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. Hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. You know, this is what they say when people are book smart versus street smart. I was wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Of prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutors each year. What? So? So the K, that's... K stands for King. Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Okay, that was a hint apparently. Good thing we checked that out. Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors. Please, stop saying that. That still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broke off? My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. There's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Wait. Which do you guys have we run into a Wendy? I can't remember. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Yeah, I don't remember either. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy, is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? Wait, oh, it's Old Bag. That's right. I don't think so. It's the old lady from the movie case. It's Wendy Oldbag. Oh yeah, she has a name. Look at this guy. He's got a bouquet. He's got his suit pinned up on the wall. He's got a tea set. Oh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. No, you know what? Tea drinkers are based, actually. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knight has surrounded by blue pawns. Huh? Those horses are mounted on knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. He's preying on my downfall. Whoa, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone to get it for him. Oh yeah, Detective Gumshoe. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study these cases reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual one. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty, take a picture. She was getting way too excited about this. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Shows like this make you want to curl up and take a nap. But he pores over his case files here till the wee hours in the morning. Then he takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves. Goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheeks from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? This girl is weird. So basically this says that you're the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? Had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes. Right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works, yeah? I was wondering something about the shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his reward, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence traversal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride themselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth parking stub added to the... Oh yeah, this is the parking stub for the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after we got back? What, right? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request of the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir... I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the part... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right. Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day and they gave our brains and good luck. Damn, Phoenix, that's savage. Right. Yes, sir. Gah, he caught me off guard. Lamal, what a fucking burn. Guess where do you shop for your clothes? At the stupid store Lamal owned. Anyways, yo Navi, welcome in. I'm gonna save because it just started to rain. So just in case, you can never be too safe. Just in case there's lightning as well and the stream dies. Let's do a quick save. But as you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Uh-huh, thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down at least. Let's go see Detective Gumshoe. Our boy. Dumb stupid head. Woo, finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. It took almost 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's this? Yo! Look at these graphics, bro. We're on 3DS or Nintendo DS. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. Trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger? Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why are you dancing over there? What? Well... At least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's storming. It's storming outside. Alright, pal. Whatever you say, pal. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yeah, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? Then what happened? Bro got fired. Bro, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had our chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. Lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. An officer Marshall is assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emmett doesn't seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. That is a bit weird. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, is that it? I was wondering about that. What, the dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch on it, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor blue badger, fated to dance till he drops. Is a clue. Oh my god, it's fucking pouring outside. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And they said, hey, you know, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. Guess he wasn't saluting. He was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Texts in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. The usual wanted posters are hanging up in the bulletin board. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Oh wait, also, we haven't examined these. Yo! Hey, check it out! There's a mental plate here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved here. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet Mr. Von Karma sometime. Yeah, about that. When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. Wow, sounds like a really cool guy. That's a cool Easter egg. I'm glad we checked that out. This is dated the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at the couple extra red lights. He would have been caught up in the whole affair. He wouldn't have been caught up in the whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you, you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. So true? Question mark? Are we done here? Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have a scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We just had been at the zoo, you see. What about zebras? Or did they not have those in your zoo? The banner here is announcing the crime fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprint sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family would want a set in their home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. True. Do I have to present him with this? What would the chief prosecutor Sky do with such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem to have a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, what could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently, he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Okay, we already showed him that. Huh? Hey pal, this is the detective's ID. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into police. It's people like you that get me in so much trouble all the time. Meaning, Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Okay, that's what we need to do. Bruce Goodman. So this ID belonged to the victim? He was the detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been in the police department yesterday. There was an evidence traversal for a case we handled 2 years ago. Evidence traversal. Mr. Edgeworth had mentioned that. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lena's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot again. Again? What do you mean again? You were there, bro. Well, it all started with the murder of the defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there's always been whispers. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering, they're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department's higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took the case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor's position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this all for us. And that's all I know about it. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is... What was his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall is just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try and make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction allows the bearer to investigate the crime scene. Yo, let's go! I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there. No one will look at you twice, pal. Let's go, we're in. Another save. Let's see what he's got to say about this, huh? Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Wait, is he dating the lunch lady? Oh, still here? Hello. You'd be surprised if this helps. It's a ticket to a crime scene. Maybe... Yeah, like, what's that about? Like, is he doubting Detective Gumshoe's, like, credentials? Well, I mean, to be fair, he did get fired. He did get fired. But, I mean, still, detectives still have a higher position than, you know, police officers. Like, come on now. But there's something fishy going on with the police department, because he got fired because, like, so the only people who are allowed at the precinct are, like, chief of police, like chief detectives. So not just him, he got fired. Everyone got fired. Not just him. Something's weird going on with the police. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Check this out, dumbass. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I'll warn you, fan letters to me go right to the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Huh, that whole cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Look, it would seem a letter of introduction. It says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? Oh my god, bro. He wrote invitation, not this. Damn, this guy is an idiot. For real, for real. No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a second. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to the Gold Strike. Be like the seller. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self: police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Oh, okay, well that was easy. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Hold on. Now we can snoop around. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belongs to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Yeah, of course. Right, let's check it out. Whoa. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. See, the series is popular even with the kids. Remember when phones had straps, guys? No, who am I kidding? You guys don't remember. Just forget I asked. Shut up. Don't answer that. This phone's still on the radio screen. Yes, okay, Cocoa does. Cocoa, not a goo-goo baby. Unlike Navi. Radio. Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like radio. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. This fucking... Whatever, let's check this phone out. My flip phone didn't have a strap. Okay, so you have had a flip phone. Okay, interesting. Wait, but like, weren't smartphones out when you were... No way. You're saying you had a... Are you saying you had a flip phone? Weren't smartphones a thing by the time you were a teenager? My mom said no smartphone until I was like a senior. I was like a senior in high school. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense, because if you were in high school, that means smartphones were definitely out. So how did you have it? So how did you get a flip phone? What's the lore here? Now to see who the owner on this phone last called. They still make flip phones. Do they really? No way. Note to self, defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Oh my god, he's even got the ringtone for like 30 bucks. Okay, kind of based actually. Maybe I should get one. But then the problem is that whenever you bust that thing out, people are gonna make fun of you. Oh my god, you're gonna be people are gonna laugh at you so much. I'd be an absolute laughingstock. And then I wouldn't be able to deny people calling me old because like I own a flip phone. And plus, I wouldn't be able to play horse game on a flip phone. Nah, flip phones are based. Like they're just way more like I kind of hate how bulky the newer phones are. Like they're so big and chunky. And like the older phones they had straps, so you could strap them to your like your belt or something, and you wouldn't lose them. Cause I'd be dropping my phone all the time. I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on straight. Closing a flip phone was peak phone. You're so right. You're so correct. Yeah, so much more satisfying, right? So much more satisfying than just, you know, just sliding your phone into your pocket. Well, yeah, I had a flip phone growing up because it was too Oh, so it was a cost thing. That makes sense, cause yeah, like when I bought my fucking iPhone for the tracking upgrades, fucking insane. Fucking insane, man. Do not recommend buying a smartphone. Or an iPhone, I mean. Like I still use my Android phone for everything else. Like the phone I'm using for tracking is like it's just for tracking. It doesn't even have a SIM card in it. It's just for VTubing. All my friends had smartphones and I was stuck texting by hitting numbers over and over. Oh, that's rough, man. But at the same time, it's also cool though. It's like it's cool in its own way. It just hits different, you know? Now you guys are making me want a flip phone. I don't care if people make fun of me. But I don't need 3 phones, man. I could swap from the phone I have now and then get a smartphone or get a flip phone. I could do that. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Sky. What? It's my sister's. She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, last call she made right when the number occurred. Right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call somebody. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh, sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up right as we picked up the other phone, a wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Wait. Wait. Was she calling us? Was she calling us? Because remember her sister was saying she went to the law offices looking for Mia, not knowing that, you know, Mia was dead. And they found us instead. So was she... Do we have Mia's phone? Or maybe she was calling Mia and we have Mia's phone. We like inherited Mia's phone. Because maybe the phone belonged to like the office. Like you know how businesses have like a business phone? Was she calling us at the day of the murder? Cell phone added to the court record. This appears to be the body. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime scene took place at the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Oh yeah, so when she said it was the subordinate, so the subordinate she was talking about was Edgeworth. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. I mean, yeah, that's Edgeworth. That's Edgeworth for you. Yeah. Prosecutors get the big bucks. Is that true? Do prosecutors make more money than lawyers? Because people always say, like, you know, out of the three jobs that parents are always bugging their children to get, it's like doctor, lawyer. Do prosecutors make even more money than detectives? Actually, I have no idea. We check that. We check that. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. You're right. Let's see. 67S122. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this meant either. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. B block is through there. That's where the visitors park. Lawyers make more? That's what I've always heard, because you know, it's a tale as old as time. Parents always getting their children to either be doctors or lawyers. One of the two. See the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Yeah, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. That's so fucked up. Cannibalism? You know, that is kind of messed up when you think about it. Like when you're seeing lots of ads using like a cow eating a burger or something. It's kind of messed up. Kind of messed up when you really think about it. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block and buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Oh, that's not what I meant. Are we done here? He's not here. My sister's cell phone. Last time I used it, was at 5:18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for the night. Why did Lena make that call? Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little bit more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think she means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman have nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. There's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Epic Overwatch reference? I don't mean to offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You call me out, they shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow-dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? So he was fired. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prosecutor tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten into me. Maybe it's the dry wind that's a-blowing through the prosecutor office. Dry wind or ill will? Something's up... Someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth been flying around for 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything for them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth is making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are you doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lena is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme, isn't it? That popular TV show with the kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. Oh! It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. So she was calling her sister. She was calling her sister at the time of the murder. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone updated. Oh. The detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Yeah, it's definitely strange. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me. No matter the outcome, I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. A defense attorney should never believe in their clients. The defendant is called to the trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. There's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be there with you the whole time. That's true. We can't call upon our dead boss to help us. No schizophrenia to help us this time. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lena Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since this trial. I hope that personal feelings would not be part of this proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lena Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There's a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecutor calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The Cough-Up Queen. Why did I call her that? That's such a weird title. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You are the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. Yeah, get that shit. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name's Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. No one has ever said this about caviar. I'll be honest with you. I've never had caviar. That's like really fancy stuff, isn't it? I really don't want to know the taste. Apparently it's like a delicacy. There's like different grades of caviar. Like, you can get like really fancy stuff that costs like thousands of dollars. I remember I was watching Hell's Kitchen. And you know when the team wins the challenge, like when they win the dinner service, they get to go on like they get to do something fun, like a vacation or something. There's been a couple times where they took them to like wine and caviar tasting. And you eat the caviar, they give you caviar with like the little spoons and everything. Apparently it's make super expensive. It's basically like fish jam. Yeah, basically, yeah. It's like fish eggs, isn't it? Something like that. No, that's roe. That's roe. Yeah, something to do with fish. It's tasty, but rather just eat fish, to be honest. There's got to be something to that like really expensive caviar, you know? There has to be a reason why it's got to be a reason it's so expensive, right? But then again, it could just be, you know, overhyped rich person foods. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said into the court, I am a professional. Oh, huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Sky was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. Oh. What? Miss Starr's a detective? Ah. I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up Queen, Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Just who is this lady? I like to try to, like, I don't know, it's worth trying something at least once, right? If I might have the court's attention over here. So she was the detective. Oh, so that would mean she also got fired, right? She also got fired, like Detective Gumshoe and the cowboy guy, Marshall. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided in 2 blocks. Block A is for the prosecutor's office personnel. Block B is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor's space, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest that was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that the poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hopes they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Bro, whose side are you on? Sorry, just gonna turn the game up a little bit. Sorry, I missed the first part. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, and I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely tuned detective intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor sitting next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and she thrust the pointy tip of the knife in the Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching! As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about it. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. That's like mega sus. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off the detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have any something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I have found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired, just like everybody else. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro. As you know, my testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was... I sent something. You sent something? So you're saying you had a premonition of murder? I felt like... How would you say? Ah, yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin. When you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what she means. Speaking of detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. Young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets, a greenhorn. Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Can you not say that? Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. Owned. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to the garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. And the prosecutor you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can, even if we don't have any proof. We can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline somewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. Suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why are we only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Uh-oh, this is unmistakably Elena Skye. So what was the defendant doing at that time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as her ability to kill an egg? I mean, a person? Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor? So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Tell the court why you didn't try and stop the crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Okay. Let's look at our 6-7S-12-2. Property of Lena Skye. Last call made to her sister, Emma, at 5:18 on the day of the murder. Death due to blood loss? Actually, yeah, let's read this. We didn't read this. Bruce Goodman, time of death, Date and time of death between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from a chest wound. Assessment, wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. 4 o'clock to 5:30. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office. Entered lot at 5:12 p.m. Last call made to her sister, Emma, at 5:18 on the day of the murder. Okay, so she's saying she was on this side. And Lena was by the car. His boyfriend. He's a detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot in Block A. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in Block B. So she was in Block B when she witnessed the crime. Through the wire fence. Let's have a look at actually, hold on. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at the photo. Anything sus in this photo? Okay, yeah, it's definitely Block A, and it is through a fence, so that lines up with what she said. Sitting next to a garish car, the chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Hold on. Oh, so they said we have to nitpick. So if we have to nitpick, if we're nitpicking, then the knife isn't even in frame. Like, there is no knife. Maybe that's where we have to nitpick. In the photo. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodsman's chest. Let me make sure I read everything though. I'm gonna save scum. Oh, we got it right. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes. It's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take this kind of abuse? Ugh. You got a better idea? Objection! Object that shit. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-side lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understand it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Chief Prosecutor Skye was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the Chief Prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber glove proves it. Hold it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to the murder. She came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them all thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Okay, so we know for sure that this is the point we have to present to. The murder was planned. The rubber glove proves it. Can we prove that it wasn't premeditated? Died due to wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife, single stab wound. Wait, hold on. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox, traces of the victim's blood, no prints. Victim's memo found in car trunk. Wait, yeah, this would prove, right? Because why would there be a memo? 67S? Last call made to her sister Emma at 5:18 on the day of the murder. Is it the memo? The glove proves it. No, it's not it, right? It's either the memo or the phone, I'm thinking. The rubber glove proves it. Record of parking at the prosecutor office lot. Entered lot at 5:12. I guess because the time of death is like there's a big time between the possible time of death. 4 p.m. 5:30. I don't know. I've already pushed her on that. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. Fuck. I mean, I meant to press the other button. Yeah, whatever. It's not the I'm struggling to follow the line of reasoning. Whatever. I'm just gonna die. I guess I'll just die. It's not... Whatever, I don't know. Oh, rip bozo. Yeah, feel free to jump in, guys, if you guys have any ideas. I'm struggling to think of to see their line of reasoning. The murder was planned. The rubber glove proves it. Be caused by a 4.5-inch knife. Single stab wound was found. Property of Lena Sky, last call made to her sister Emma at 5:18 on the day of the murder. I've already presented all these though, haven't I? Yeah. I think it might be a knife. I think it might be the knife. She could have planned on Edgeworth having the knife in his car. Maybe? Yeah, we didn't try the knife. She's got them thinking this was all planned. Like planted evidence? On my way, it's a wire fence. Oh, you're right. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's the correlation, though? I'm so smart. Damn, you should be up here defending. You should be up here defending Lena, not me. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you say that Lena Sky planned this murder. And that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. Oh, no, you're totally right. How could she have planned on Edgeworth having the knife in his car? Yeah. Incredibly good point. Went way over my head. Why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. I love how sarcastic Wright is. Bro, some of it... I'll never forget the one line from I think it was the second case. No, wait, no, it was the first case. The first non-tutorial case. Where he said something like, excuses weren't on... What's the matter? Excuses weren't on sale today? Or something like that. Like... It's so fucking good. Banger line. There's been a couple of good ones. I can't remember off the top of my head. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. Oh my god, there's another one. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. Holy shit. What? I hope you weren't diluting yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lena Sky, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs proof. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? But you know as well as I do that she planned the killing. She planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she be wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deductions are not to be underestimated. Really now. Also, yeah, again, I feel like I asked this every question, but would you let me protect you guys in court? After dying I think I've died in at least every case. Lena Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge that knife in again and again. Wait, I already spot the contradiction. She says that she stabbed him more than once, but the autopsy report says he was only stabbed once. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. I think obviously that's what that means. Yes, absolutely not, Hearts. Two entirely different chatters. And two entirely different answers. I love to see it. A human machine? That's a contradiction. Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. Edgeworth's sighs smell like citrus fruit. You say again and again, but how many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we first met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a little short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Let's just press her on everything, just to be sure. You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. I believe we just said there was a mere prelude to the story she was about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Rookie. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, alright, and it's you. Owned. Try not to confess the defense, witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, did you believe the suspect has intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. I'm sure the chief prosecutor has a grudge against the victim. That's sus. What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? Huh? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree there's a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Let me just double check. I'm gonna save again, of course. But in this report, the wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. So this goes against the witness report. You say she stabbed him once, again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With this moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under your feet as we wait, Miss Star. Maximilian, hi, welcome in. The opaque text boxes are blocking your food. Oh, it's true. It was a box of moss. Just trust me. Another savage line from Edgeworth, by the way. I'm afraid the moss is growing under your feet as we wait, Miss Star. Owned. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? They were transparent in the original, were they? Were they really? I'll take your word for it. But now that if that's true, that's definitely a downgrade. Yeah, because it does block stuff. I wonder. There's probably a way you can hide the text box, but I don't want to press a button and mess something up. Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such a mistake is impossible. Such a mistake is possible. So, you're saying this, you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. The fingerprint lunch was basically completely blocked. Hold on, let me test something. If I press a bunch of buttons. No, that's that. I don't even think there's a way to hide the text box. Yeah, you're right. That's kind of whack. That shit kind of whack. Wait, hold on. In the options? Oh, it's right here. Oh. There we go. Okay, wait, never mind. We found it. Okay, never mind. I was about to say worst game ever. Sucks. Never buy. Do not buy Ace Attorney. Do not buy the remastered edition. Sucks doo-doo. Just play the original. We are so back. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. The game is now playable, yeah! It's kind of a shame we didn't get to see we did miss the fingerprint one. That's my bad. Actually, hold on. Maybe I can find a picture of it just so we don't miss out. Phoenix. I wonder if there's gotta be like a bunch of pictures of the lunches, right? Oh my, I googled Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney lunches, and one of the first options, there's a fucking somebody made a fucking tier list of all of the lunches. Hold on. Okay, this is super crunchy, but I have to show this. How big is this? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. S tier, the murder. The murder one is the first one. Okay, there's the moss one in C tier. I definitely agree. There's the trilobite one. This is kind of spoilers, but you know, still. Okay, let's zoom in on the fingerprint one. It's just like a bunch of sesame seeds made up to look like a fingerprint. Oh, based? Based, actually? Okay, there we go. Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck, so she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. Miss Sky was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one stab wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we first met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Her red muffler looked like blood. Wait. Is she wearing it in the picture? She's not wearing it in the picture. Got your ass. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself. Look at this photograph. Huh? But this can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Damn, harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. Now, was my objection chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about it. That's true. That's true. You literally caught her. Why are you like skimping out on details? Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition off to the side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. And yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what she had confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Starr, resistance is futile. You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bites like a cobra. That's me, Angel Starr. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with the details unless you want to get bit. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Row. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. All right, Angel. Just put snake in the boot. Just put the snake in the boot, bruh. Just put the snake in the boot, Buzz Lightyear. The suspect attempted. We have to press her on everything. Good row. Thank you. Well, I mean, I am a cat. So where is this partition on the? So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure this means the wall. I'm sure she means the wall next to the door. That's right. There was a small wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing to do. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her. Explained her rights. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because her ass was on the other side of the wall. How would she quickly apprehend her? As I just said. I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. I'd like to see on this floor plans. I'd like to see on the floor plans just to be safe. The lunch lady's car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing! The cough-up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed! Would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that's like mega sus. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Okay, yeah, we know that because I mean, we knew that she called her sister. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to a good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Nina's phone updated. The word muffler was overheard during a call made in. So muffler is also another word for... Because the only other word I know... Like... Because muffler is also like a car thing. And, you know, and Edgeworth's car was there. So, was she talking about the car muffler? Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, I climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? She made to escape? Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté of foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on his side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So, Miss Sky tried to run? I'm sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the partition off to her side. I quickly caught her explaining her rights. She mentioned the muffler. Now she tried the phone on the wall. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because, hold on. If we look at the floor plans again, because where she was standing, it's to the right, immediately to the right of Edgeworth's car. And if that's where she was, she wouldn't have saw Lena go and try the phone. That's bullshit. Objection! Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lena Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarring my personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr? This is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this spot. However, if that's true, you couldn't have possibly seen Miss Sky making for the phone. I believe you see where I'm getting at. The emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in Block B, you couldn't have seen it. Owned. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. Oh! Yo! Grr! That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told to the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about the order of events, where she saw it, what she saw. What she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It doesn't seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Oh! Burn! Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Starr lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone, but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. Yo, it's the watermelon one. That's a, let me check the tier list. That one's a certified B tier. Just for those following along at home. He ordered the patooey on rice, right? Mr. Wright, I thought you had something here. Oh. Oh, wait, all that for... I was wrong? I agree with that ranking. I see it in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told to the court. Witness lied about where she saw it, the order of events. Order of events. She lied about the order of events. Miss Guy used that emergency phone before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. That was also wrong. I'm fucking stupid. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? Oh my god, that's the worst one. That one's in D tier. I'm fucking stupid. Miss Guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Guy using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now point in one direction. I'm gonna save again. It was probably the security room, right? Because that would also line up with what she said before. Or she said she was delivering lunch to her boyfriend. It's the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room is in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in Block A. The only place where she could have seen the crime is from the back of the partition. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security room, yes? Well, Miss Starr? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could have turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty. The guilty. Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, does this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Sky lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. And that truth stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If the witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw in Block B. It must make a vital difference. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? What would that change? Angle of view to the crime, distance to the crime, difference in lighting. Distance to the crime, right? Because if she was in the security thing, all right, my phone's not plugged in. Hold on. Let me plug my phone in. Okay, that's fine. It's distance to the crime, right? Because I mean, if she was up there in the security office, it would take her forever to get there. It changes the distance between her and the crime scene. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans is quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't know how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not the question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the crime scene where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. Let's check the tier of the squid wheels. That is also a certified B tier. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. I would eat the squid wheels. That doesn't even sound that bad. That sounds pretty good, actually. I would fuck up some squid wheels. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Bro, come on. That would have took you fucking years to get there. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking lot in Block B. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? Oh, okay. So this is where like the cell phone and the parking ticket are gonna come in. All of our clues that have times associated with them. This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed me. Or who stabbed him. I knew it. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Yo, that one looks good though. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have every evidence to stop this? Yeah, we have multiple things that have times on them.
Objection!
5 minutes between witnessing the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time if you like it al dente. I got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. Nuh-uh. A 5-minute blank? Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had time to take a picture. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah. Yeah. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was close. Nuh-uh. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Got her ass. Wait, that's not it. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions for you, Miss Starr. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference of the witness determination, I will allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. Bro, she literally just bribed the fucking judge. Excuse me? Like in court. On God. Like hand on the Bible. I will tell the truth, nothing but the truth, and only the truth on nothing but the truth. And her ass is bribing the fucking judge in real time. She's kind of based for that. She kind of a baddie, not gonna lie. You know what they say? They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. And that is absolutely true. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? It's not over yet. Holy shit. When they said that these cases take this is the longest case yet, they weren't lying. She just doesn't shut up. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, To the matter of the victim's shoe, did I not bring this up? Two types of blood were found on the shoe. One was of course the victim's, and the other blood type matched the defendant, Miss Lina Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunches and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? This is the first time I've heard of this evidence. Simple. I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention I have 3 boyfriends in forensics? In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this evidence. What? You must know the 2 kinds of rules in evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence. At least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, the shoe has already been tested by a number of forensic departments. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution complaints notwithstand, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure the guilty are properly judged. White enamel shoe bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lena Sky. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Jesus Christ. Okay. I have to go take a piss break and go refill my water. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna take a short break. I'll be right back, and we're gonna put this bitch behind bars. Had enough of her lunch boxes, man. Okay. What do you mean 5 minutes where you weren't looking? Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you trust to tell the truth? Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lots known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she didn't. But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? No, you didn't actually. You found the shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with the shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed the valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us, what did you do next? One was the victim's and one was hers. So you brought it to forensics department? If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it improved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensic expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have some bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman? As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lena Fay, or Lena Sky. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from the blood test whether murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there. Which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's a very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lena Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe? That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. Wrong, it comes in 8? Is that true? They made 8 whole new blood types since Phoenix Wright? That's crazy. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with this victim's shoe? White enamel shoe. Bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lena Sky. Wait. Her shoes are black. Wait, this is gonna be her shoe, isn't it? This is gonna be Miss Sky's. This is gonna be Angel's shoe, isn't it? There is a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you peppered fish guts now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is the contradiction of the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. Wait, what? Wait, huh? It's either the bottom of the shoe. It's the color of the shoe. That lunch looks amazing. It looks like I don't know. It kind of looked like raw chicken or something. But she said it was fish guts. Is it the bottom of the shoe? I wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a lot of bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be the contradiction about the blood on the bottom of the shoe? Can't save. White enamel shoe. Bears traces of blood from Lena Sky and Goodman. It's the color of the shoe, right? She's not wearing white shoes. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why aren't there any bloody footprints found on the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints on the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor. There could have been many bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. The difference between BPOS and BNEG is a dead patient. Oh, sorry, I didn't read it. Well, kinda. Some people don't consider RH factors the actual different blood type. People are wrong. I mean, you're the one in the medical field. I'll take your word for it. Damn, there's almost as many blood types as there are Pokemon. Pokemon types. Well, witness? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint in the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to where she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hand aside and kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly, a predator. A cat, a grr. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask you a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that's... I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Nuh-uh. Yeah, he really did that. He does that. Oh, you know what? Von Karma also did that. He literally did the nuh-uh. Do you guys remember that? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Don't you want to know the reason? Do you want to know the real reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have become evidence against her. Ah. That tied things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to the murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? Oh, that's true. We haven't figured that part out. Oh my god. Wait, is my... Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now my phone is actually plugged in. So this is the annoying thing about having two different phones for different things but I only have one charger. So I have to keep switching the charger. Because for some reason, iPhones have to be special and unique and have their own stupid charger. So that's when my sister blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But enough. There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lina Sky. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing bloody footprints. Well. I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called Evidence. That one looks good. What is that? Looks like corn. Looks like corn and beans? Or maybe ground beef? I actually don't know. Tracking immersion gone. Immersion. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. This bitch just keeps going on and on. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. Oh wow, another picture of the crime. That's crazy. A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt on this picture. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems that this is what your sister wanted anyways. Looks like egg. Yeah. Egg and... what was the brown thing? Eggs and beans? Eggs and ground beef? Well, I mean, those... kind of a weird combination both ways. That's a lot of protein. I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not. Don't be quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection!
Objection! She's backseating. Can't believe my fucking boss is backseating me even from the grave. You just can never get away from backseating, man. The streamer curse, let me tell you. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph. The one last submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right? Are you saying there's a problem with the latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. With the court... So that's obviously his shoe. It's the... yeah, it's this right here. What's this? What's this? There's something poking out. There's something poking out from the car's muffler. So when she was on the phone and she said muffler, that's what she meant. See, I knew it. I knew it, bro. Muffler is also a car thing. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or a scarf in any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does it have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nuh-uh. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? She car. Call her Maruzensky cause she be car. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Wait. It's definitely not the shoe. Could it be... It's the... There's a picture... Is it the coat? It's the only white cloth I can think of. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Wait! No, it's this. It's the phone. Could they say muffler? Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Arr! Yarg! Could it be that the muffler you heard was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of evidence is vital evidence. Owned. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Sus among us. Suspended? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Oh, man, that was one hell of a first trial. She's gonna hit you with the Among Us. Bro, imagine. Mr. Wright, you ordered the sus Among Us, right? You ordered the crewmate, correct? We're 4 hours in. Yeah, let's keep playing. Objection, Your Honor. The witness is sus. Isn't that like an actual bit? You know, from that really funny Phoenix Wright animation thing with the clown lady? Isn't that like something they say? I can't remember. All I remember is I don't know about that one, Slim Jim. And, you know, Phoenix wrong. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of the lake, about to reach the surface. But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with the piece of cloth. So this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel the tiny and insignificance to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Oh my god, it's him. They saw you show a red cloth to the bull. It'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin' at least. Officer Marshall. I thought I'd come take a look-see and see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than the fort in enemy territory. That hard to split, huh? That hard to split, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen here last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it on that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? In the award ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the scene of the crime, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I got a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some refined ribs. Ooh-wee! Who is this guy? I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue. Your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow. Those grinding teeth. Those watery eyes. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued this trial. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite behind himself. Quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock? Who's there? Who's this guy? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Why is he doing the... What's his fucking problem? Oh. Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, Edgy. Have you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smizzy, Udgy. Udgy, my boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So about our little time, Worthy. So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright. You don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe the honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Starr wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. Really wasn't wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. Oh, on little Worthy's car, no less. Stop staring at me like that, bro. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How could you miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature there. Signature is there. Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that reward. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I will expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is press that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point at people anymore. Won't be able to object. Come on, just hurry up and open it. The game's moving on its own. Wow, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Oh, that complicates things. Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Wait. Is that why Lana's finger was bloody? Because she used the switchblade and it like opened up on her hand or something? Is that why? Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police, and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem, not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed as the police department see. What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Edgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time of the Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order, order. Anyway, we as a department, we're all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, significantly speaking, of course. Scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. This is wild. So this guy is the chief of police. So if this guy's lying, like, that says a lot. That says like a lot. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day at the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? Excuse me, special? Mm-hmm. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Wright-O, but I can't say that now. Not now. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something, a muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found on the scene of the crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's lots of things that go on at the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Wright-O. Maybe there's something about that knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Wright-O. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that had me stumped all this time. So how are things down at the department? Wait a second. It's this, right? Goodman's note. 67S122. And what's the number on the knife? Wait, can I like... What? How are you supposed to read this? There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number? That's weird. I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I could check the court records again. It's this, right? It has to be this, right? I'm gonna press him just in case. Something happened to the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Wright-O, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy with that Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Detective was killed. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Wright-O. I suppose I could help if you help me giving me data on this case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, when the victim died. But we already know that, right? But we already know when, because he already said, he said they died at the same time, which is. But we also already know how he was killed, because it was the knife, right? Where the victim was found. So when did the murder of the police department occur? Now that's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. It's not officially linked to this case, so I don't talk about it much. 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place. Place at the very same time. What are the chances? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. However it is, I'd better find it before I get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15 on the one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. And what was it doing there? I better check this knife out. I'm gonna save before I do this, but I'm pretty sure it's the note. Yeah, I knew it. Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to be something. This has to have something to do with Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest-to-goodness what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s 12-2. Your Honor, it's upside down. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Oh. They should have let us rotate it. Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9? That's the same thing that's written on this knife's tag. Well, Chief? Ah, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? Ah. What game is this guy playing? The knife was evidence in this case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder, it was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice! Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edward's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection here. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? But something's sus. It has something to do with the time. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Enter the lot at 12:15. Due to loss of blood, died within an hour and a half. 4 p.m. to 5:30. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. I think we can get more info out of it because there was multiple answers in this one. I'll tell you one thing only. How the victim was killed. How was the victim killed? How was he killed? Now that's in it. Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. And we ask him in the last thing, too. Where the victim was found. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room in the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I've heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk about it much. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detectives murdered at the police department was killed in the very same evidence room. Indeed. There seem to be many connections for it to be... there seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. He's like, dead ass. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out that what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the suspect at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet at all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. So I have to do this again. The victim's ID number. Okay. How about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell me who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. I'm gonna screen cap this because that'll probably be important. Well, that's quite long. We have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. You didn't even get to the third number yet. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department is 5... Oh, I guess I didn't have to screen cap it. Yeah, this is... Yeah. It tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? Has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detectives who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something. What does it tell you? Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh ho! Is this yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number you heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't get to the first number again. The number of the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. Does this mean? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh yeah, the number 30287. Oh, sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 at the underground parking lot. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the same time. That's impossible. So, what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? in a completely different location? Order, order! Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm a prosecutor in charge of this case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait. Aha! It was that kid, right? Oh, he's right. Yeah, he didn't pay attention to the... You don't mean him! According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lina Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on top of the report. Gah! Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Emma, you can't say that. Okay, I know you're a kid, but you can't say that. You can't say that. Jesus Christ, kids really are the worst. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of your duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. Oh! Now, what was the evidence? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in the trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in the court before the trial. This report wasn't on the list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I... just doing my job. No. No! Uh-oh. Stinky. It seems we have come to an end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all the rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. Damn. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark. I'm starting to get hungry. We're on day 2 of the investigation. We're done the first day. I think that's a good spot to end. Let me just panic save really quick. Okay, there we go. I think that's a good spot to end for today. Cliffhanger, bro. That's how they get you. That's how they get you in these games. Also, no, it's not. There we go. Wrong button. There we go. They're just, that's just, they're always going to be cliffhangers because, you know, it's like they're just how it goes. I don't have the voice or the stamina to go through the whole case in one sitting. This one definitely is. This case definitely is the longest one yet. Holy shit. 5 hours for the first day. And I started stream almost immediately. Like I mean I started playing almost immediately after I started stream. So yeah, this one's definitely going to be a doozy. So you can expect some more next time. Maybe will next time be the final part? Who knows? Who knows? But it's getting pretty juicy. We've met all these new characters, and the chief of police, this guy is sus. And I'm kind of getting, like, the kind of vibe I'm getting from this case is like police corruption. That's like dirty cops, political corruption kind of vibes. Like he's being really sketchy with the details. The orange guy gives me guilty vibes. Yeah, the guy seems sus. Let me like think back to like what's all happened in this case. So like Lena Skye, who's been framed for murder, or not framed for murder, she allegedly killed someone. She admitted to killing someone. But then there's this new evidence stating that like his body was found in the trunk of Edgeworth's car, but now we know that he was killed at the police department, not the prosecutor's office. So yeah, something's not adding up. Why would they kill the guy at the police department and then bring the body to the prosecutor's office? Other than to try and frame Edgeworth or like frame somebody, like push the blame onto somebody else. Like maybe they brought the body and put it into his car to frame Edgeworth. Because it is like they say, a lot of people don't like Edgeworth because of what he's done before. So something's not quite adding up. All these other characters I think are just, I think the real victim kind of just showed himself. I think not the real victim, I mean the chief of police is hiding something, because something big happened at the police department, and we're just now realizing, like, we're just now hearing that John Goodman was killed at the police department, not the precinct, whereas before, you know, we thought it was at the prosecutor's office. So, like, that's kind of a big detail. That's a pretty major detail that just was brushed under the rug. And this also supports the weird thing that's going on with the detectives, right? Like, Angel, Marshall, and Detective Gumshoe were all fired or laid off from the police department because and only the highest ranking officers, aka the chief of police / chief of detectives, is allowed to be at the precinct. So that makes this guy even more sus. So if he's the only one there, like, he could hide everything, right? Like, he could hide evidence. He could, you know, make things up. Like, yeah, the chief of police is gonna play a huge part. I can already tell. He's very sus. This guy's sus. But you're gonna have to wait till next Saturday to find out what happens in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Case 5, From the Ashes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would like to finish it next week, but depending on how long, like, if the cases keep continuing to be as long as they were today, it might be like 2 more parts, like, depending on how long this shit takes. In the next episode of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Case 5, Rise from the Ashes. But anyways, that's it for me. Thank you guys for coming. I hope you guys are liking Phoenix Wright. I know it's a lot of reading and not as much looking at chat. But I'm feeling getting a bit better to paying attention to chat and not be super locked in and reading all the time. But yeah, that'll be it. That's it for this week, unfortunately. But as always, keep an eye out on the Twitter. It's a good segue to plug all the socials. You should keep an eye on the Twitter. It's a good place to keep up with all things Grimm. I post a schedule in there, usually at the start of the week, like Monday, Tuesday. You can also check out the art tag, #GrimPart, if you want to see lots of cool art of yours truly. And, you know, I post pictures of my cat and stuff on there as well. You should also come join the Discord. It's another good place to keep up with the stream. The schedule is posted in there as well. You can also grab the Twitch roll so you get notified every time I go live. And it's a good place to hang out with me and the Grimmers. We hang out and we talk about games, and sometimes we do fun stuff like watch-alongs. There's no watch-along planned yet, but maybe soon. Keep an eye out for it. And then here's the YouTube where I post all the VODs, including this one. You can see I got lots of cool playlists of games we've played before. If you want to see some other Grimm content, you should subscribe to the YouTube, hit the like button, hit the notification bell and all that stuff. If you're on YouTube and you reach this far, thank you for watching. And stay tuned for more. And yeah, I think that's it. My voice is giving out. Let's look up let's open up the Twitch and see who's online. I'll send you guys to somebody else, see who else is streaming tonight. There we go. Thanks for stream. Thank you guys for coming. I have a lot of fun with Phoenix Wright. It's been really fun. It's been really awesome revisiting it. Like, everything just feels so fresh because it's been so long. And I'm looking forward to see what happens next week. Have I have we rated Cozy this week? I don't remember. I have goldfish memory. I can't remember if I rated Cozy this week. COH7? COH-Z? What does that mean? This is making me want to play the rest of the game since I only played the first one. Yeah, you totally should. I mean, I definitely want to play the second one too at some point, because I mean, like I said, I forget everything, man. Cause narrow. Cause Z. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I can't remember. Let's just raid Cozy. He's playing horse game. I assume he's probably doing his Taurus Cup runs, which is exactly what I'm going to do after I end stream, after I grab some food. Yeah, let's raid Cozy. I can't. There's not really a lot of other people online. Not a lot of familiar faces online. We'll raid Cozy Narrow. You all know who Cozy is. He's a real human person just like you and me. He's playing Uma Musume. He's also obsessed with the game. He's, like I said, he's probably doing his Taurus Cup stuff. So let's go talk about horse game. I'm gonna say my hellos and probably go grab some food, and then I'll probably be hanging out in there while I do my Taurus Cup runs for tonight. Hope everyone's been having good luck with their Taurus Cups. Mine have been pretty good on average. I think like a lot of 4 wins. I have yet to get a perfect, like I haven't yet to like sweep somebody. I haven't got 5 wins. I've only gotten, the best I've gotten is 4. I've lost every single race so far. Just keep at it, bro. Keep training up those horses. You'll get there. Raid message is squid wheel raid. There's your raid message. If you don't have the raid emo, if you don't have the gremlin emo, you can spend some channel points to unlock it, or you can use whatever emote you want. I'm out of here. I will see you guys next week for definitely some more Phoenix Wright and you know, other things as well. Banjo Tooie, horse game, I don't know.